Wow. Good evening. Me signing in. Hello, 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 hello. I took a little bit longer because I didn't have my phone on me, so I didn't pay attention to the time. I just kind of slowly made my coffee. But I'm here. Hello, hello, hello. I'll quickly boot up the game because I would like to say I'll probably say it at the end of the stream as well, but I'll say it at the start. I'm gonna try and just not really not speed run, but like just focus and get through the game, because I'm scared that I won't be able to clear it in time, since I think starting from now, sadly, my schedule is going to be a bit more packed, meaning I can still do my long stream today if I ever choose to go overtime, but tomorrow's stream I can't do that, so I may have to like end early again. Well, not well, earlier than usual. Early as in Miyu should be stopping at 5 hours anyways, but she doesn't. But basically, if there's a point in like the trial where I have to stop, or I can stop, I'm probably going to stop. Usually I try and do it so that I can do like a full investigation one thing, like a full trial in another thing. The only time that I have to end up not doing that is one when I do find myself exhausted. I've like reached my limit, so I have to stop. I'm not going to not gonna push myself. I'm not that much of a hardcore streamer. But the other one is that if my schedule doesn't work out for me, so in hopes that the investigation isn't like the last case where it goes on for like 8 fucking hours. Well, technically it only went on for like 5 hours as far as I'm concerned, because I also did a trial that same day. It was like a short first day trial, and then I went straight into the investigation, and then I just kept going. But assuming this isn't a long investigation, I may try and tap into the trial just a little bit. I might actually just get the walkthrough up. I don't like, I try not to look at the walkthrough as well, because I'm scared it's gonna like spoil something. I don't think it is a bad idea for me to check it though, because I am scared that I will be on a time restraint, so I don't want to push myself. Okay, so this is what I mean. This is why I don't look at the walkthrough. It just says investigation part 2. Eh? Okay. I'm going to try and black out that information that I just got in my head, which is hopefully tomorrow is okay. Maybe I won't need to do the trial. I can still go a bit slower. We'll see. Hi, Leon! A bit early. Oh, yeah, you are. You're very early today. I haven't even like opened up the game yet. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. I'm trying to like mentally prepare myself for the game, but overall today, good. Well, I say that. Oh no. I was gonna say I had like a little bad luck streak, but I don't think that was on my side though. Although I kept getting the issues. You know, it's fine, it's fine. But I hope you're doing well. Hi GW, don't check walkthrough. It's too late. It's too late. I may have been spoiled some of the progress, but don't worry. Maybe my amnesia, my selective amnesia will kick in. The grandma, the miyuu memory dementia, something will do its job, okay? I didn't see anything. Here, I'll try to gaslight myself. Maybe the site didn't load all the hyperlinks properly. Maybe there's some things that I'm missing, you know, and I didn't read it properly. Really unfortunate. The one time I checked the walkthrough just to like check to affirm my progress, my stream schedule, and it ended up just being a completely bad idea. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry, my memory is that bad, don't worry. Doing great, but I can't stay for long, sadly. That's all good. Happy that you're able to drop by. The thing is with my schedule is that I don't know if I want to change the day, but then I'm too used to Monday, Tuesday for like my Ace Attorney. I think I'll try and keep Monday, Tuesday, right? Until I can finish Ace Attorney. Okay, I was trying to get the game up, it wouldn't come up. I'm hoping that's the right volume. Can you guys hear the audio? I'll try and do Monday, Tuesday still with Ace Attorney, and until that is done, maybe I might change my streaming days temporarily. I think Monday stream is still fine. Tuesday streams I'm still kind of iffy about. Or if I do a we'll see. I'm just that busy now, and I hate it so much. But for reference, guys, Ace Attorney, this game right now will be the last game for the year because I don't want to start a new game during the Christmas season, because I fear that will overwhelm me. So when I do finish Ace Attorney, I'm literally just gonna be playing through my gacha games or through my backlogged events, which on my side I think that works out best, since I am like insanely behind at the moment. Like I really do need to do that. It might be boring for you guys to watch, but I'll try and do like drawing streams. So since I need to do my bunnies, I need to color my bunnies in. But I'll update you guys on what I'm doing my schedule. I feel like by the end of this week I should be able to like get a good idea, good grasp of what's going on. Because after tomorrow's stream, when I get a good sense of what's going on with this current game, maybe I have a good idea. I should be able to finish Ace Attorney before the end of the year. I'm confident in that. It just might be slower progress instead of like that 8-hour like binges that I've been doing. You don't usually do them, but I just find myself doing them anyways. Is the game still long though? Oh wait, instead of checking the walkthrough, I should have looked up the game length, huh? Oh, because that spoils a lot less. All I do is read like the total time. Oh, that would have been smarter. Anyways, as far as I'm concerned, it should be enough for me to like finish before the end of the year, but I might finish it early because we're on the 4th case right now. We're halfway through the 4th case, I think. Because I don't know how long this investigation's gonna take. And then we have the 5th case, which is the last case. And I don't know how long that one will take. But usually, the 5th case for Ace Attorney games are long as fuck. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what, like, how long, but I don't think it's that long. But it could be long because miyuu could fuck up during a trial and it'll take like an extra 3 hours. Possibly. I can hear it. Okay, good. Alright. Okay. Truthfully, I'm quite terrified of this investigation. I feel like this is where things really start to clarify, you know, the shit that's going on. Also, sorry, I forgot I had my aircon on. I turned it on temporarily just to cool my room down. I'll turn it off now. Sorry. Sorry for the humming noise. But please do get used to the aircon noise in the future. Summer gets closer here in Australia. I'm actually terrified. But I'm quite cool now. The other thing is that I don't want my coffee to go too cold. That's why I have to turn it off. Okay, so a wrap of what happened in the last case. I literally couldn't tell you. Not the last case, the last trial. I couldn't tell you. I really can't remember. Oh wait, that was like a breakdown. Ish, not really. We found her husband, and then something. Yeah, I think we'll just investigate and figure it out. I think from there, it'll come back. But that's right after the first trial from last week. 2nd of November, 3:38 p.m. 𝐢𝐲𝐹 Suite. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. Thanks for the flashback. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Is it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? We've established that, no matter the consequences, if 𝐢𝐧𝐼 says to do something, we listen, alright? We trust our best friend.
Unai?
Oh, Iris.
You are miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. 𝐢𝐲𝐹 is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left, and all he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what 𝐼𝐳𝐿 is always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. The construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about 𝐼𝐳𝐿 after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh? Do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Is that the whole voice? You know, I always hide 𝐼𝐳𝐿's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Well, Mr. 𝐢𝐲𝐹.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
I'm always so rusty, because the last time I do all the voice acting is on the Tuesday, so I get thrown back into it on the Monday, and I just have to try and keep up with myself more than anything. I don't need to... Yeah, because it would have included into the other area. Oh, my Joy-Con! Oh, hold on. Thought I was forgetting something. Felt like something was missing in my hand. I was jealous of Iris, but I started to like her. You've started to warm up to her now? Oh my god, character development. But she's such a kitty! I feel like though... I feel like something's going to happen now with her though. Because she's got such an important thing. And then we had the whole, the Hounds of Baskerville, where Susato finally, like, confessed how she knew the title. And then Iris had such a lukewarm reaction. All she did was just kind of like nod and said okay, like thank you for being honest with me. But that was it. It was so bland. I feel like they wouldn't do that because she has such a like important thing at the moment, and we still haven't told her that her fucking father's dead. You know? I feel like something's gonna happen with her because she hasn't had like a role, like a big role yet in the game. Like she had quite a big role at the end of the last game, you know? We'll see. We can only hope that the game gives us what, connect? Control to connect? Connect? Yeah. We can only hope that it works out. Like maybe I'm just being paranoid, you know? I'm prone to being very paranoid. And maybe I'm just going a bit loopy. We don't know. Connect! Connect 4! Troubleshoot Bluetooth connections? No. You don't need to do that. It's right here. Thank you. Hope no one will corrupt her heart. She still is a child, technically. Children are quite, impressionable. Not a kid that makes problems just for the fun of it. Oh, like those... Yeah, like those genius kids, huh? The bratty little genius kids. Because they know so much, they act like they think they know better than everyone. And because of that, they end up just trolling people. How wrong I was. It does help us out. Like, she always just makes tea for, 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐹 and 𝐸𝐺𝐻. It's so sweet. She provides for the family. She cooks for everyone, you know? She's fucking 10 years old, like... Really cute and pure-hearted. Yeah! And really fucking smart. What does it take to be 10 and have a brain of a fucking genius? But I do hope we get the closure. I desperately need that closure for Susie. Not Susie, fuck. For Iris. She calls Susato Susie. Okay. But this should all be the same. Do we see anything different? Everything looks the same? I think so. I think so. I put my coffee away, but you know what? I'm gonna leave it in front of me instead. Let's talk with her. This morning's trial.
So how did it go in the court? How did it go in court?
Why does that feel weird to say?
In court this morning.
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zyks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. He managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐹.
Yes, it's quite clear now that 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐹-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Let me turn my gain up. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Really need to sit down with 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐹 and try to understand what he's going through. Okay, are we going to this investigation we talk to him? Question mark, question mark. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zyks has to be innocent, you see?
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zyks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
It turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all of this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Gregson's movement. She's 10, cooks, makes tea, makes guns. I forgot she makes shit. I actually genuinely forgot. The first part of the game really showcased how much of like an engineer she was. It was more so like... It was more so with like the involvement of Sholmes though. Like she did make like a bunch of other stuff just like for herself. But a lot of that influence is because of like, you know, Sholmes. But recently, right? The entirety of this game was just her like on her manuscript because all the things happening at the moment are within like a week period. Like there's so much happening. And then a good amount of it was flashbacks too, so like she wasn't really like relevant during those. I don't know. I'm getting paranoid. I can't stop thinking. Now that Iris said that she's gonna tag along now that her manuscript is done, so I'm significantly more worried. This is how I feel about Himiko. Oh my god. Himiko, don't get off the train. I want us to explore together, but like, you don't have a good like track history of not dying. Yeah, it's scary. Iris' corner looks more messy than usual. It might be from all the manuscript, to be fair. From her work, you know. She was on that grind before the deadline. I assume so. I just noticed my cursor is slightly in the corner. Move away. Never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. I think it'd be the other way around. Ha ha ha.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Oh? You mean he was doing the same as 𝐿𝐴?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
Do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil and in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep a secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
Like perhaps we should try to move away from food and analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zykes felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Mr. Vigil's condition.
Vigil, you say? Is that the name of the lady who came to visit 𝐿𝐴 yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? You know, the one hospital that we have in the game. God forbid that we didn't go there. I thought... Oh, no mind, St. Sinners.
Ah, it's St. Sinners.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other... Oh wait, no, I forgot. That's the shortened. Okay, yeah, that's the short name though. It's just yeah, that's the okay. For the other hospitals in London have closed down.
That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have by accident. Fuck. My heart. I'm sorry. always forget this is a thing. Warden! Warden? Like a warden? Minecraft, oh no, I'm joking. They keep all the sub. That spooked me so bad. I completely forgot that we have the sound effects. Thank you! Also, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Just going through the investigation of... I always forget the full title. The Great Ace Attorney! The Great Ace Attorney Resolve.
10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, I'm trying to remember Susato's voice. For some reason, it doesn't ever come to me immediately. There's like an inflection that I do with her, but I don't do this regularly. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Ugh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Me too, Iris. I think we all do. I know you're only 10, but as someone that's like more than twice your age, I'm starting to feel it.
There's more! For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ugh, Ginny was right. Starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to Saint Sinners, then. There used to be a rat there that was unfortunately used just to show that a poison existed, like something was deadly. You think there's gonna be a different rat now? Hope so. It's nice to have some life in the hospital. It'd be depressing otherwise.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
Wait, we had one bit where we did explore with Iris. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. We went out to the exhibition with her. She's got like her cute little outfit that I forgot about. I'm so sorry, Iris. I hope she changes back into it. It'd be such a shame otherwise not to see it again.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
Anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
I'm quite sure it'll be very effective.
I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it was a little strange that Mr. Sholmes isn't nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Okay. Move out! Oh god, a good amount of the area is missing. Okay. I talk to Susato? No. Yes? Yes, let's talk to her. Very, very filler dialogue, but you know.
You're right, Mr. Naruto. It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. We did not leave yet. We have not left the house. We just went upstairs.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's get back to work as soon as possible. Cape's telling you, why are you here? This is not where you should be. Why did they just block out the area then? Why? Is it because you can still like investigate the place? So for people that haven't investigated yet? We've already done that. So let's leave. We don't need to be here, but I'm going to come here anyways. Ah! We don't need to be here. Two important characters in front of my eyes. Especially one of them. Ha! I gotta go for now. I might catch up later. Please enjoy your stream. You take care as well, Leon. Thank you again for stopping by. We'll see you. Oh god, I have to... Hold on, let me drink. The arguments, Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼. You'll continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defiant Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. Never did know when to back down. On your way now, 𝐢𝐧𝐼. My lord. Wait, I inhaled so badly. Kazuma. Why do you look so sad? He left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. What did Van Zyke's trial concluded today? Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
And we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. I don't think we'd actually get anything here, but good thing we're here. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼 believe that Lord Van Zyke's is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zyke's made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant that the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lost it just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zyke's was responsible? It was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
The impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Closed trial? This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professor's? The trial of Genshin 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zyke's entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zyke's had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I'd like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I wouldn't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what the gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Nice conversation. You can run along now. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼?
Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I'll make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office. Hey, despite everything and being bad mood! Thank you!
Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah!
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
Go! Go!
Prosecutor's office. Private office of Lord Baroque Van Zykes within the prosecutor's office building. Kazuma is availing himself of the space at the moment.
Kazuma-sama, prosecutor, never imagined it possible.
We're going there first. I'm usually the kind of person to leave the characters that I like last. However, if I leave him last, I feel like the more I wait, the more I may go crazy. And that's like the last thing that you guys need to witness, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hold myself back. So let's just do it and get it over with before I go psychotic. There is a new thing on the table. Oh, why is there? Oh, so this is the officer, office. Suddenly, my phone started pinging. Apologies, I thought I had it on silence. Why did I get so many messages? Haven't I already seen these? Okay. I did see a good amount of these. I got really confused. Okay. It's that thing by Discord. If you're on desktop, right? There's a certain amount of time that passes before notifications go to like your mobile devices. So if you have Discord open on desktop, it silences notifications on mobile things. And I forget that's a thing. Because I always read my messages, but I guess I didn't do that. So, this is the office of Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼 now, is it?
Oh. Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Well, looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out.
Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first.
What do you mean I have to go and talk to our fucking... Oh, fine. Let's go to Lord Van Zykes. Oh, I psyched myself up to get ready to talk to him, and you're telling me he hasn't even reached the office yet. God damn it, he's taking the long way back home. Look, prison.
Oh, Iris is in her fit! Oh, so cute. Look at her, she's so cute.
Oh, I gotta do a bunch of different voices here. Good luck. Good luck.
Lord Van Zykes is reading. Look.
Doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
He must have noticed that we're here, surely. Choosing to ignore us. That's usually what he does. Especially if there's 3 loud people outside his fucking door. What do you Nipponese want? There's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruto?
Lord Van Zykes? Speaking earnestly!
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh? Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's ironic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the 2 of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part?
The Reaper's identity.
You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No!
Gregson? The Reaper? Gregson's secret. Hi, Mariscan! This will be interesting. Oh no, you saying that just confirms my my fear. I feel like I have the assumption that this investigation is going to go down pretty fucking hard. Like, I'm very paranoid and scared. Like, I've only just started, but I'm already feeling scared. Anyways, how are you today? The reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it.
He's saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting that...
I can see why he was trying to appease Iris then, because if any of that got exposed even remotely, it wasn't just like... The risk of... Okay, assuming that it is Gregson, the risk of his reputation was a lot more, like, heavy than you first thought it would have been when he was trying to... Well, we first saw him appeasing to Iris. Because Iris is a smart girl. She would have been able to figure it out. But it was just a bit. Oh my god. Hold on. I can feel my nose itchy. Am I gonna sneeze? Let me see if I can try and sneeze because it's really irritating. And it's gone. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, Viva. No, wait, it's coming back. Nope, nope, never mind. Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. But just where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name.
What? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh?
She's a young woman by the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
Wait, what? Shin?
Miss 𝐢𝐧𝐼, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student, murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Isn't that odd? This perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know. Very likely that the man was her father.
𝐢𝐧𝐼 should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
My paranoia!
Prosecutor Sogi. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. It's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. At a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today, he missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Kenshin Asogi, Professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from the society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zyke was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. When Van Zyke had already been killed at this point, then. Yinch and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... To make a peep, you're coming with us!
What the hell, CG?
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, but he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either.
So that's Kazuma's dad right there. All you can see is ring. Why
What a pretty ring. Look at him, he's so young. Look at Van Zyke. Oh, I guess you could say Brock. Gotta go by first names to differentiate the two. Because he had long hair. We only ever saw him like with slicked back, the slick back hair, and I thought it was just short hair, like Brock's hair. But no, he had like a ponytail too. That makes more sense. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zyke, right? We've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was 𝐢𝐧𝐼's voice. Just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murder ever. The Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend that I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zyke. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
Professor, Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
Still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Isn't that all? Let's go and inform my father. Sure, our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Wait, is that unlocked now? We didn't need to go there. I'm pretty sure it was locked out before. Oopsie. Bye-bye! Yeah, it is. Is he here now? Yes? No? I'm sorry. I know we should go to the hotel, but I've got my priorities. I'm sorry. I'm not. Cosmo. This music, bro. This fucking music. Oh my god, I'm gonna tear up. Thought it went. I'm drinking. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, 𝐢𝐧𝐼. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? But you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikloba. 𝐢𝐧𝐼, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. Sorry. This isn't quite how fuck, hold on. I don't know why I'm so shaken up by him. envisaged. Isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. By how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jirukoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding. Well, I had no choice. I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Why did you do the full government name? Are we really that distant now? Are we best friends anymore? I'm going to cry. Shall we investigate the route? Oh, I know that the left side has less things, so we should investigate this side first. Lord Van Zyke's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Oh my god, you're talking! Yes, he's extremely particular about all of it. All that? He's a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the cars to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. Wait, this place of his is cute. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. There's Lord Van Zyke's desk. What incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zyke's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Rinosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Bantering is so cute. Oh! Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zyke's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. He really gives no shits. That's our Kazuma. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. They didn't even talk about the chessboard. Forgot it does a jump scare. Wah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zyke's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Well, the bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Cask floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Outlet barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zyke's can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see? Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. He considers the task too important to trust anybody else. So he does it entirely on his own. There's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. What do you mean? Just because we had why is it? I know we talked about what the scale model of the crime scene. Oh yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. It's cute. It's cute. That's cute. That's cute. I'm not ready to talk to you. I'm not ready to talk to you. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now. Since what happened on the SS Bureau. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. And a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke up, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a little posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and ended up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. The task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and I went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Wow! Oh god, this is gonna be a long dialogue. Your journey to Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man. Nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again.
I mean, a man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. But how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zyke's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. This makes more sense to me now, because I was so confused why he was picked up by Lord Strongheart even though he had no papers. Like, this is such a suspicious man! But because a random guy that for some reason knows so much about their country's law is, I guess curiosity is strong enough at that point. Like, that makes sense. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. I don't know why he'd do that so, like... You know what, whatever. Whatever! And then 9 days ago... you finally got your memory back. After the trial involving Drebber. Look at him here, oh my gosh. Yes, I did. Your father, Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did she know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. You hear that car? That's us driving. That's just driving into the flashback. Another picture! 2 pictures now with Genshin Asuogi. I know this investigation is going to whip my ass.
Also, look at Kazuma! He's so cute! Cutie!
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. He was Professor Mikhtaba, your father, Suzuki-san.
Oh, my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asuogi name.
No.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Letter from Britain? Was it fucking Van Zykes cussing you out? I shouldn't laugh, but for some reason that's kind of funny. I don't know why. I think it's just so ridiculous that I can't help but laugh. Like, presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary. He could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm sorry you had to find out that way. Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. For someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What?
Why not? Well, we know that Professor Mikhtaba was like, he didn't know, he couldn't confirm whether or not Kazuma knew the truth, but he had an inkling that he knew something was wrong. Which affirms that, yeah, he doesn't know intimately how well Kazuma knew of his father. Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling my father was taken by fatal illness. It couldn't have been easy for him, and had done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asuogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Renosuke Naruhodo.
Why are you government naming him? We're so distant! What happened?
Well, Van Sykes isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Sykes is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
That's it? I'm assuming we need to present something to you, but I don't know if we have anything yet. And then maybe we have to go to Professor Mikitoba. Let's go to Professor Mikitoba. Will he say anything about this? No, he won't. Both of the prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. That's what I make of it. One's always going to have the edge of immunity. I'm not ready. If we get a piece of evidence here or something, we have to go back to him. I'm not here, dude. This investigation make me go crazy. It's okay, it can't make me go as crazy as it did with Drebber's. Drebber's, the last case actually made me go, like, a level of psychotic. Like, surely it can't happen here again. Oopsie! Sorry. Thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. Wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Now look who we have here. This unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady, and you are. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, Sholmes, are you?
Oh, so polite! That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Perhaps that goes some ways explaining that bright look in your eyes.
So cute.
You would be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure to see you. In action earlier. As an invitee of his symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was an extremely exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you're omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Ōsugi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year. It's quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. I was gonna say, this is the first actual compliment he's got because Van Zykes was like, "Ah, you weren't that great. Your prosecutor friend was more impressive." Like, poor Inosuke.
Really nice to hear.
Yeah, what's the word? Words of affirmation. That's what Renosuke needs to improve.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
No, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. I'll take tea while we discuss matters further. I wonder where Judge Yugoku has got to.
You didn't choose to listen to that thought. That's saying something. Is it different here? Would Iris say something different? It's gonna be the same. Iris says nothing. Iris doesn't give a fuck. She only cares about her tea being better. Fair enough. About the Reaper.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the Judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, it didn't appear until after that case, the visiting students had already returned home. Mikutoba did have a voice and then it disappeared, and now I've chosen to give up because one, if I try to get it back, I feel like my voice will go into pains. Because I feel like we're going to meet a lot more new characters and my voice is going to die later. The second is I actually don't remember his voice very much. His voice keeps changing because I don't know what old man voice to do. I'm sorry. I don't have that range in me. I have this voice and then like Seizi's voice. Like that's it. Well, actually, not even Susato's voice. Susato's voice I barely remember. I just have to keep saying it and I remember. It's more Iris. I can do Iris's voice on a whim. Man, I'm trying. Lord Van Zykes, who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zykes, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. What you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
Beg your pardon? Did you say Asashin? You mean that 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mixaba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Dr. Wilson's death. You think he's read your mind to make sure not to say anything?
I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
Was it rather out of the blue? She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind.
So that young girl was called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father. You see, her father.
Dr. John H. Wilson. Deeply in debt to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. So I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. that he was murdered last year by 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back!
Sorry, her voice. I'm trying to jump so suddenly.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
They smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Nice save, guys. Judge Goku. I haven't seen Judge Goku for a while, have you? Because the last time we saw him was just him laughing about. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Goku having once been in the dark himself.
Yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. That closed trial of Kazuma's father. The show was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my! What?
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear! Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness!
Ah yes, talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please.
Oh! Here we have it here! Oh, what a lovely picture.
Suddenly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. Commemorative photograph. A photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mukuraba and Judge Goku's arrival in London for the symposium. Oh, that was a lot of mouthful. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
Yeah, because the case started off with us meeting these two. Now, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. You wanted to tell us in private last time before you got interrupted. Can you do that though? Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do—
What?
Father? What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean—
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. Read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruto, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
But then, when am I supposed to do, Father?
Stay here with Kazuma. I'll come back. We came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, understand? I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
Compose yourself! The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive. So, where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now. To telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I'd be delighted. Goodbye, sir. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. My heart.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. 𝐢𝐴. Of course, it's so obvious. Ah! Just your fucking ass, tits! I thought it was like Iris, where she was like, oh, that's where the name came from. No, that doesn't make any sense. So I actually got jump scared there because I was like, wait, who would it be? And then fucking Sean. Ah! No, you know what? I'll drink water for you. Oh my god, I'm not ready whatsoever for this. 𝐢𝐴. Of course, it's so obvious! I could have neglected to consider the possibility before now! Mr. Jones?
Hooray! Where have you been?
Why does it feel like I can't go as high as I used to? Well, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Jones.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this as sent. What does that mean?
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry. Awry? What? Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exact— Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind cities and eavesdrops on people's conversations. So that's what joining us a team meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
And he's gone.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
I left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. That's kind of funny.
Must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
and there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shom's bill. He's alive! Okay. It's very telling that we should probably go to the hospital to bed finally now. But I'm going to not do that.
Hi.
Do you know anything about this? No. Okay. You're gonna be sitting here for a while for a very specific reason. I can try and present everything though. Oh, I never gave you your thing! Oh my god!
Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. Now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
You're not smiling though!
Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend.
I'm gonna fucking cry. I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case. The Reddited League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. It's a great detective being among them. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan. Maybe they're busy plotting the next one. It did try to leave the country. I'm going to present him everything, because I really don't know. I'm really not sure. Kazuma, will you put on this red wig for me? It would match your, like, your little cravat thing.
The Reaper, at last I get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Van Sykes isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Kazuma.
Well, I've already showed you this photo, sorry.
This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean.
The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there was some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle,
it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course! The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratories behind 𝐢𝐧𝐼 Cemetery.
What, Barclay Prison, you mean?
You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama? Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
That was what we needed. We need to talk to the coroner. Oh, I hope nothing else in the court record was important after the autopsy report anyways. Actually, it was a good amount. Oh, rip. Ah, rip. Well, I hope all of these meant nothing. Okay, that means this is the end of his dialogue. Well, goodbye. Inosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the 𝐢𝐧𝐼 clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Okay, I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the 𝐢𝐧𝐼's clan honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma? You sound formidable, that's for sure. Hold on, sorry. I want to blow my nose. Sorry. My hay fever's active. I'm sorry. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had his sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Inosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zyx, given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, at the Old Bailey. I was just expecting him to leave. I was just gonna, like, once he leaves the room and it goes all quiet, I was just gonna fall to the floor and cry. But he's still here! I must maintain my composure. That means I can still try and present him the last bits of information. What should be nothing? I kinda hope that he talks about the fireworks though. The fireworks are kind of funny. No, he won't. What the fuck did I click? What the hell? Oh, that's for the other thing. That has the same thing. Okay, yeah, he didn't give a fuck. Well, good thing we presented everything. He's still here, but that just makes me sad more than anything. So we've got the forensics laboratory, and then we've got St. Sinner's that we have to go to. The only place we haven't gone to is Fresno Street Room, I think. Everywhere else we've already taken at least one step into. Heck, let's go here. I don't think there's anything, but we could try and go here anyways. Or anything new, to be more precise, unless Lestred's here, and then we can talk with her about something. Yeah, I thought so. Nothing's changed. Yeah, I mean, we've explored as much as we could here. Like, assuming like the plot chooses to change something. Other than that, we've kind of explored everything here. There wasn't really anything different. Let's go here. Like, this is very delayed. We were meant to go here like since the start more than anything. But I went everywhere else. We had to talk to Vigil. Well, if he lets us talk to him. I just gave him a depressed voice, right?
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget... Prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed it. I was meant to come here immediately, bro. Sorry, the immersion was ruined by my priorities. I wanted to meet the prosecutor himself first more than anything. Oh, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean at your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Unfortunate for us, there is no rat in the corner, so it's just a boring old room, really. Shall we investigate it? The last time we investigated this room was back in the last case. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
Suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps?
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Look at that! You're spot on, Mr. Sato. It is full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. Felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what terrible treatment.
Why'd you yell at the doctor? Yell at the government. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at the base of wall outside. We a story up from the ground here.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil.
Can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. Not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you're peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. Pretty sure that was the same dialogue as last time. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging? I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kind... He has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endless obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later.
Why'd you cook so hard with that, Renosuke? That was actually pretty damning. Like, that actually made sense. There are a lot of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them there? Oopsie.
If you're a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy looking one.
Though I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
That limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato. The accusations are strong on this one. Poor Inosuke. But yeah, the room is very quiet. There's not much. There's no funny little rat on the ground to examine. It's not as fun here anymore, is it? There's no dead rat on the ground after licking poison. Gregson! Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh, no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. What the fuck is a hoo-ha? Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Line Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you are taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Prison escape. Oh. It was at midnight on 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. The professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Excuse me. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? It was because he was able to climb out. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken to its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. And executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So you mean the coffin contained...
Yes. I can only imagine that 𝐢𝐧𝐼, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in 𝐢𝐧𝐼 cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to get Genshin free.
But in the end, it was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in 𝐢𝐧𝐼 cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in that prison. And that somebody was not me.
You want framed? Like, I actually feel bad for this man. Like, he just wants to. He just had a good job and he just wanted to like fund his family, basically. That's all he was. It was just a good man. When they just thrown under the bus. It's weirdly refreshing because usually whenever we introduce a character, they have like a little streak to them that is very odd. Usually, he's literally quite literally some guy, and I think we need more of that. We need more of the. He appears to have no particular distinctive facial features. He's just a guy. That's all we need. But if we find out there is something else about him, then I'll take it back. I'll take it back. I mean, it makes sense though. It's not just me, right? It makes sense. It's nice. It's nice that it's just a dude. I know most Ace Attorney games try to avoid just a dude, but like they have so many games in the series now. You can just get away with just a dude, you know. Obviously, you knew the man then, the professor. I mean, Genshin 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Yes, I remember him well. In fact, would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. Outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly, discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day.
Oh, cutscene! This is your uniform? Well, they can't really just give you a one cutscene uniform, could they? Sorry.
Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Huh?
What? 𝐢𝐧𝐼's will?
As I said, it was on the night following his trial. After he'd been found guilty, I was doing the rounds of the cells when I looked into 𝐢𝐧𝐼's
I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Well, he's in a foreign country.
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to 𝐢𝐧𝐼's incarceration, you see.
Sort of conditions.
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he had been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that were, that be were determined that his final days should be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But, you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon?
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing. Let him keep his will. But then, later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean? It vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
The will's disappearance. Probably his insider.
I was the only person who saw 𝐢𝐧𝐼's will, but
Somehow it disappeared.
it was after 𝐢𝐧𝐼's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
Warders gathered up 𝐢𝐧𝐼's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor 𝐢𝐧𝐼-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects?
The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming that Kane have been disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
What way? How does he know?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vishal was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset, only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the 𝐢𝐧𝐼 papers.
The 𝐢𝐧𝐼 papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
I just noticed his ring. I always thought to myself that his ring was really prominent when we first saw him change. Is that gonna be important? But that was from a flashback. What are the chances? Someone tell me. Back then, was it common to have an engagement ring that's red? Like, universally, because that ring should have been from fucking... If we were to assume that it was his wedding ring, it would have been from Japan. This guy's ring is here.
I only just realized
But we don't really have note of it anyway. That was a flashback. No, because what are the chances? But even Professor Mixabar doesn't have a fucking ring. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Let me quickly check something. Yeah. I'm afraid there's really, little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again.
What will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. I was just gonna say, we don't get to see his wife, I guess. I wanted to see her reaction to seeing Vigil again, but, okay. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Yes? What is it? The 𝐢𝐧𝐼 papers. But I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. I told you about what? I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genjin 𝐢𝐧𝐼 penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. Wonder, perhaps had something to do with his plan to escape. Is there anyone who might know more about a document that 𝐴𝐳𝐼's father left behind?
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
We know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
He said he didn't want to talk to us again, though. Oh, we just get to see him moping here. That makes me so sad. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I don't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps. Did he really have to take it quite so far? Hey, he was able to make enough money to fund the family for 10 years. We'll give it to him. Shall we... go here? Let's go here. I want to go to the creepy room last. Just because it's creepy. Ugh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. What about your investigations? I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie does not work here no more, so I guess it's not to do with Barclay. Would I like you to get the wrong idea about that? I'm sorry, your accent is beyond me, really. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer. You came very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh? They really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So what's brought you down here today? With the day? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Ōsogi's cell. I think it's been called the Ōsogi Papers or something. Then I know, say, Gregson's death has naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past and past, laddie. Was no fuck. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. His expression changed completely. But clearly onto something, yeah. I'm assuming examining his room is the same. Iris doesn't have a lot of input. Alright. Let's shout him up. 10-year-old legacy. Murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. No, Barclay's darkest hour, eh? Shocking embarrassment. Jesus Christ. Yes, I've given up on his voice. I will die. Also, he has an accent. I can't do it. Do you know what that means? Default voice. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, my chief ward at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
Rascal, and I say anything otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how can I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
Iron.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you think he would have jumped from shock of his crimes to expose, eh? I do. You wouldn't say no otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I kind of shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Tom obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I would dream of sending you back without not... Would yeah, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Or was it anemic? I suppose if there's anybody who might still care about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gory. Maria Gory. Scythe's daughter. She'd. Oh, the crazy chick! She didn't have no more, just the one. she just had the one child. Okay. The wee Barnes followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah! The one with the mask, yeah. Her hairstyle's really cute.
Mama, what is this?
What voice did I give her when we first saw her? Well, we don't know much about her personality, and she's kind of crazy, so maybe I'll... Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. We could do with talking to her. Gory. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory. Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I don't know the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum worked with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. Decided to do the same with her own life. I can understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Somebody once told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies.
There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'd say there's a fighting chance, at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. Nice. We need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. Not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away now? Leave me alone and dinner come back here, eh? Yeah, so all your papers. We're still gonna push it though. How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of these papers. Well, tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Well, it is quite the confidential kind of topic, right? Only makes sense that you can't really talk about it. The snitch who mentioned it.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right?
Professors, or rather, Genshin Ō-𝐲𝐼's. That's right. Well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment?
But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
He was no. You're off at half-cocked there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell exactly where it should have been. Oh? Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Ah, here you are. See? Oh, because it's in Japanese, is it? Or would he have written it in English? Last will and testament of Genshin Ō-𝐲𝐼 written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. But I might it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Ō-𝐲𝐼 papers? Of course they are. Papers written by Ō-𝐲𝐼. You don't know about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the stramish of that slicer, fuck, slicer of an execution. We sent the man's possession back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto, just in case.
The Ō-𝐲𝐼 papers, the last will and testament of Genshin Ō-𝐲𝐼 that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution.
Apparently Mr. Ō-𝐲𝐼 described it as the only weapon I have left.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. Oh yes? These papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I preferred if you did not make no mention of them outside this office. Rather, I would just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of government.
I understand.
Damn, you gotta keep your mouth shut, Renosuke. You better not fumble this.
I read it. Last will and testament of Genshin Ō-𝐲𝐼. I, Genshin Ō-𝐲𝐼, hereby request that upon my death, any and all materials, possessions, and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Ō-𝐲𝐼, in the Empire of Japan. It is with sad deepness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing. Oh!
Excuse me, that was my father. I feel like more recently he's been coming in to jump scare me, hasn't he? Usually it's my mother. I think they've swapped roles for the time being. Apologies. I usually try to mute them in time, but I'm never ready for them because they jump scare me. They usually just come in to ask me a question. Speaking of, I probably should take a break just to see if I can find a snack and then put away my cup. But I'm gonna keep going. I need to remember to hydrate though. Everyone else here, remember to hydrate as well. I'm too locked in on what's going on. Especially now that we have the papers. I wanna present this to Kazuma and see if anything changes. AKA, we're not going to the forensics laboratory just yet. Hello, sire. I have something for you. He doesn't give a shit. Because we're not allowed to talk about it outside the office. No, it's okay to snitch. It's your best friend. This isn't about work. Well, we cannot make it about work for now. Though it is, including our work. Please, please. Okay, I guess we are. Okay, wait, hold on. Susato was here. Iris was here? Yeah. Like that it's a inside model. And then we had Strongheart, but he's gone now, as far as I'm concerned. We had Mikudoba, but that one is done. He's gone off now. We just talked to Kaiden. The prison is Van Zyk's, but yeah, that's also done. And then Fresno Street didn't have anything. We have Mr. Vigil, who's just sitting on the bed very depressingly. We just went to Kazuma, didn't change anything. Okay. Now we'll go back. It's not as creepy as it was before, but doesn't make it any less unsettling. What the fuck is going on here? This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. Actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Well, actually, if you stack those scents on top of each other, it actually starts to become more unpleasing than anything. I feel like that's me though. Like, this is coming from experience of like fucking, like locker rooms, like changing rooms, like in school when you have to. Well, if your school had to like change for like a PE, like physical education. The changing rooms had a lot of fucking deodorant, you know what I mean? And a lot of those deodorants were for some god-awful reason scented, and it was not a good time. I don't know. But maybe I'm just really sensitive. I can't handle like strong scents. Iris, do you think we could change the subject?
What was that?
Oh, I thought it was weird that the chair was kind of 3D, so she can sit at it. Dr. Gory?
What?
Sorry, I was trying. Sorry. Okay, I'll try to figure out her voice. That noise before?
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration?
Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time? Was that a tut? And we came here to ask questions, so... She's crazy! but she's kind of hot. As I say that, I want to make sure that she's not like. Hold on. Incorrect. How old is she? 19. Oh, her face is here. We can see her face here. The daughter of Dr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, who's also a coroner like her mother. She carries out all the autopsy work on corpse. Wow, look at her. She's cute. Oh, we don't get to see Dr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹 again. Dr. 𝐢𝐧𝐹's face again, huh? I just remember Bayonetta. To be fair, she's not relevant to this case. That's why she's not in the court record. But like, still, you know. Be nice to look at the mother and the daughter next to each other. I love her eyes. Let's examine the room first. The examining should be different here since the last time we actually came into this room was during the last case. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Some of the dialogue might be the same though. Fruit liquors or something. There's 𝐢𝐧𝐼 coping. We'll look at our dialogue there?
Assume there's something completely innocent like that. That jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains. Oh my. Conversation is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey.
No more monkeys, anything. Please.
If you say so. But dear, a time when I still thought it was just some pickled umeboshi plums. Seems so long ago already.
A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in here?
Sorry, that was actually like me.
Autopsy work is very involved. It's unusually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. I want to give her a childish air, but I also want to make her creepy, but I don't know how to do either of those for some reason. Look at all those bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has some meals here sometimes.
Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. That dialogue's the same. Just making sure I didn't brush over like anything small here. I feel like no, but... Okay. Because the last time I fucked up here was because I didn't examine the book on the table. This looks different to before.
Of course, Miss Naruto, Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look!
Yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
How I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Ah, right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined.
3 dolls a day? Crocheters are fucking... must be envious. Not just crocheters, sorry, but like most of the people that make dolls and whatnot, I've seen on online anyways, are people that crochet.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto.
Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best as I can.
You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest.
I think that is everything in the room. Time of death. Wow, we have one thing to talk about. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. At the scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear, it looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? That's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. That's why there's no dialogue. We have to show her something. What are you supposed to show her? Dr. Gore, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details! But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault!
Oh! That made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened!
Was she cornered by anyone, perhaps? Didn't realize her eyes would be this big, but I guess that's kind of the point. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
Oh. I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on 1st of November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go to the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
Why's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
But...
Autopsy report updated. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Indeterminate. Why can't I say that? What do you mean by that? Why is the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could have easily been coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
Discrepancy.
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
The victim liked fried fish. He presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate that? Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of
putrefaction.
And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
And only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. It may be in a factory or some other special places. I recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
I fear you may be in the court. You might be in the witness, stand at one point, so I hope I get your voice down. Creepy 19-year-old. What can you do? Ah, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us, sorry, my note. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. Oh.
The professor.
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zyks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zyks, the professor's final victim. Her eyes, look at her eyes! They're gleaming!
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. Detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
An accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zyks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Confirmation of death! Clint's autopsy.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. But dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt there was powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution could have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. He knew nothing about it. I've stopped my nose.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? It's autopsy. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zyks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. Still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim when the autopsy was performed. Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's right, my daddy.
And there was one other person present, a primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
Must have been my father, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
The outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
That's how they came to identify Genshin Osogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about the piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see. Van Zyks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah. There's nothing under Van Zyks.
There must be!
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Ah, yes. I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? No, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris?
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now!
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck!
Wait a minute, little girl.
Me?
I remember now. You've been You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes. 2 years ago, when that detective came.
You were with him, weren't you? Oh!
So fucking confused. I got jump scared, but all I was given was a plate of fruit, and then my mother left. You know what? This is an intense moment, so I think this is a good time for me to quickly pause and put my cup away. So fucking confused. Ah, yes, an Asian mother just giving me a plate of fruit for no fucking reason. I'll be right back. Very quickly. Very quickly. I won't even put the text on screen. I'll be right back. She came to ask me of something as well. But she just gave me a plate of fruit. Or she didn't give me— oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Don't click. I'm sorry. She just gave me the plate of fruit, and then— but she didn't give me a fork, so I got so confused. It was a way to drag me out so that she could talk to me quickly. Okay, I apologize for that. I was able to put my cup away though. If you're wondering what the fruit is, it is mango. Mango. I don't know if it's sweet though. I can only eat sweet mango. It tastes so good. Oh, to be fair, just a season. We're usually so unlucky with mangoes being sweet. Yum. Sorry. Oh, that's the way it usually works. Yes. What are you talking about? So I'm sorry. I clicked by accident.
You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too.
Wait, she was 8 years old back then.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
She works fast. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Not sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer if you're ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. A bit strange that the records of 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. So can we talk to her again? Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed.
It's kind of cute.
Alright, bye-bye. It was nice to finally meet her properly, I guess. But I guess we're going back to 𝐲's suite, so... That's not the suite. We broke in through the window. We didn't even go through the front door. She's not here! Hey. What? What? Even
Even he's not here anymore. Wait, everyone's gone. Where is everyone? Where did everyone go? Fresno Street? This is the only place that we haven't... Yes, here. Oh, so something is updated here then. Police are still busily investigating here then.
Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own? Practicing what her boss taught her.
I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Yeah, something very... something in the room. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
Could always use time to investigate more thoroughly.
I'm gonna use this time to eat.
Yummy.
Thank you, Mum. Oh, we can investigate the table again. A photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossett's true identity. Obviously he loves his wife very dearly. Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip.
Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵 convincingly.
Though it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
Now you say it, I have to agree.
Almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are very hard to fathom at times.
Before I examine everything on the floor, let's see if anything else is updated. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say.
Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left.
So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van 𝐢𝐧𝐼 arrived, yes. Only he had picked up that gun from the floor.
Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine.
Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run for a mile for sure.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
Poor thing. The poor thing. Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, it suddenly makes an impression, yes.
They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I suppose that's true. At least it's not vibrant.
Mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruto.
I wasn't! Not yet. Never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman, because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. Seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man.
Sufficient chips that threw us off, but as though it ruined his image. In a way, I guess, it's you know how people smoke to relieve stress? It was his way of doing it. And I assume that he can burn it off too while running about as a detective. They're not healthy for the body, I will say.
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old O'Brien pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. Hi, Burger Castle! Thanks for stopping by! Take care! Hope you're doing well, by the way. This revolver, just who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
Gregson's own gun was found on his person.
And of course, Lord Van 𝐢𝐽𝐺 has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Which, absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruto.
Starting to think the cold hard prosecutor and I become friends after all.
And I wish you every success.
The fact that this is still teched for the officers here means that they're still mourning over Gregson, which is sad. Of course they would be, but like they're still crying and everything. That was like mainly their dialogue, and that's sad. Details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, the history of Lord Van Zyke's defeats in court.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed that concealed the inspector's own death.
My, it really doesn't bear thinking about.
Alright! I'm ready to investigate the box. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oof. It appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
There's a scratch mark on the side.
There are some initials on the outside. Look. T.G.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oh! What you think you're doing?
That's my trunk, that is. And hands off. Gina!
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You're leaving something untended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, eh?
Is it fair to say that you've only owned the trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on. This trunk goes with me everywhere. It always has. Where would you have been last year?
Try not to incur your wrath, mainly. So we did get to talk to Gina. She's taking it with her now. Your boss.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the one prosecuted by Lord Van Zyke's, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, doesn't sound good.
It details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flame and let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I was sick to pick out what it said anyway.
Ooh. That's our Gina. The secret notebook.
So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. What details about the bludger is supposed to have been done in by the Reaper? But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of the... right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh? But the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was English name, put it that way. But dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters. The same name kept coming up over and over. Sin, it was. I suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin? What? It does mean something?
Lord Van Sykes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. Now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. So investigations. I haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Oh, of course not. I've been busy, aren't I? Investigating that. Lads of the art are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then.
And the boss didn't go, did he? He found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't ya, Hodo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil, who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, he ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Ah! I forgot your name! I forgot your name! The little guy's back! And me and my partner here are getting to get together. There's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend.
Toby! So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think? Huh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? I mean, the hellhound here.
Right, because he looks so hellish, honest.
The hellhound.
The Hellhound? Gina, about your Hellhound there. The hounds of the Baskerville.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? Is the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be, after all. In the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby who managed to locate Jabba's workshop.
It's time for another demonstration of what the super dog can do, eh?
We have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? It'd be funny if it was this. But who do we need to find? Jigoku? He's probably at the Great Exhibition. We don't need to go there. Wait, scent of. Does anything here have a scent? Nope, I don't know. That was really good mango. That made me really happy. I love sweet fruit. Okay. Are we trying to look for anyone? I don't know at the moment. I feel like the only person we ever talk to is Judge Gorko. But I feel like he's more important later. Like, we can't really just rock up to the guy. Is there anyone missing that we need to find? Hi, Penta! How are you today? I'm just going through the investigation at the moment, but you've come at a time where I'm completely stuck. I mean, I can present anything technically, but I want to think about this. I just wish we could check on the, like, the list of people. Professor Mikadaba? We don't need to track him down though, there's no reason. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh wait, this is- okay, sorry, I didn't read this. I thought it would just say indeterminate. But it says something else. Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. So yeah, this is updated. We need to remember that. Presumably, could we do it like this? It presumably belongs to him, but if we could try and sniff out who would actually belong, I don't know.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Nothing? Might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to.
My, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
Other words, it must have belonged to him. Was that an illusion of choice? Was I actually duped? Oh, unless with I had to present an item that...
Alright, it's a fat cop, I suppose.
He nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what he can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? It's enough now then, Gina. Like it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It was either one, illusion of choice where it didn't matter, or two, I had to present something that smelled or had like relations to Gregson for the pup to jump over. I'm leaning more towards the former. I may have been duped. A metal trunk.
It wasn't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going on through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to the sandwich.
Wait, to a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Isn't that all? Blue Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk.
You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
Thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... That's all I did, nothing more. Nothing less.
But you hadn't Eve the chick of it, huh? Stealing the dead boss stuffed flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it was a pretty decent truck, so I figured I might as well make use of it. There's something wrong with it, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you'll want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Gregson's trunk. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene, subsequently recovered by Gina. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Naruto, be careful! It must be the trunk!
You got wiped out by the hellhound!
Toby! Oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Tina, quickly! Hail the carriage!
Oh man, he got knocked out! 2nd November, 4:57 PM. Still same day. We're back home. Imagine blacking out from... oh my god. Toby's a fierce little guy, isn't he? Okay. Let's examine this first, shall we? Let's see if we can open it. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then?
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... oh!
What is it?
It was for travel on 31st of October, just one day before the incident.
What? Really? Passport. Passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? That's not a good sign, is it? Oh, goodness me. Is that a piece of a fucking... hold on. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Wonder how it happened. Do you see that? Something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting.
It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Oh no, we gotta remember that's there. Look at all this dark stain here. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means
that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. Didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. I'm assuming that's it. It was literally just like on the sides of the trunk. Try to read the document as well. Name Tobias Gregson, passport number ACD0522. Date of departure within 1 week from 31st of October. Destination and port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes, permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Just realized any new information, like, not information, new evidence that we got was mainly things that we had to read. Like, this is the first examining thing that we got. Oh, hello,
Asher, dude? I don't know if you've been lurking, but welcome to the stream. How are you today? Before you go to Sean's suite, return to Fresno Street to talk to Gina. Let me quickly save then if I find myself dropping over to the suite first by accident. Is there extra dialogue? Guess we'll see.
Oh, Miss Naruto, are you alright?
Miss Susato. Oh, Shobs is here too. Wait, you're here? I thought you're investigating. Oh, I guess you're home. Ah, conscious again at last. I'm blessed to relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What? Oh my god, I never thought I'd do the animation again! Yay! He fell! Yay! Oh, so funny. He got spooked so hard he fell to the ground. I'm glad that they used that again. What, the last time was actually during the museum, the Waxwork Museum, right? But we saw that from afar. We got to see him fall from a distance rather than in front of us.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, there's sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, a bump in my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Ah, okay, let me save again. Oh my god, he's standing in our room. I'll quickly go over down then. Oh my god, I keep getting notifications. So many people message me today all of a sudden. Very important to you do what 𝐢𝐴 says. Eh? Fresno Street room. Not yet. Not yet. She's not here. Oh no, she's here. Gina, I'm really sorry.
It's Davin. If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go ang for all I care. We've gotta save, please.
We gotta save, eh? We gotta have please, sorry, not save. What?
But we gotta have, please, ain't we? To catch the bludgers. So as divers can go about our business in peace.
Wait, sorry, I don't think I can have heard that properly.
It said it was gonna teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. Well, you go around to show me it's where the best flaming fish and chip shops are.
Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental.
Huh?
You know, boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like I was always in a rush.
Best chips in town for talking with Gina after Inosuke regains consciousness. That's so sneaky! You have to examine too to go to the other side because you default to here. Thank you for telling me about that. Oh, that is really cute though. A bit more dialogue with the Gregson and Gina's like interactions. Thank you for that. Okay, this is it, right? This is for real it. I feel like I've missed so many of those kinds of achievements at the game already, since I see there's a lot of missing achievements in my thing. Because I know one of them is to play through the game with the outfits, but like I'm playing, this is my blind playthrough, I can't really do that. I'm not even used to the like OG outfits, so I can't really play them in the different fits. Okay, we have to just talk to Sholmes then. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. Must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay. Thanks, man. Why is he just standing here then? So if we go down, are we gonna see Iris? I'm wondering if I'm ready for this yet. I'm going to take a quick break here to refill my water and put away my plate. I think, even if it does like end quickly here, which I don't know if it does, but only you guys know. But either way, I'm going to burp quickly. Just because it's on my mind at the moment that I want to quickly do this now before things get intense and I can't really move for the next like hour or so. Surely we're like near the end of our investigation though. There's not a lot of like loose ends as far as I'm concerned. Either way, quick break. So everyone else, if you haven't gotten your hydrations, get a snack, go for a bathroom break, stretch yourself. Let's do it now, okay? We'll reconvene in 5. Okay. Return, everyone. Okay. Not actually. Hold on. I was gonna say. I've got my water. My seat feels okay. My seat did not feel okay. I always have to adjust the little cushion. Okay. Okay. My Joy-Cons are connected. We're locked in. We're not locked in. We're locked in. Okay. Sholm's sweet. Iris? You said you prepared a tea for us?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant, den Zahn entzwei es brach, o über deine Wut. Herr dem Scheid holdlich gelobt und auf den
I'm so glad I took that small break because I don't think I would have been ready at all for this.
alle Seiten des Teris weh ode an die Wut. Herr mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie
What on earth is going on in here?
den
Am I having a bad dream?
verbrannt, ach Hopfen
Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris? Iris? What's the matter?
Who is that I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there?
Iris?
Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. Apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Oh, that worked. Groaning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean?
Wait, this is a different pose. She's hiding something behind her back. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. I can't believe my paranoia was correct. Something fucking happened. That creeping sensation that I felt all over my body at the start of the stream.
So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel that sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray to enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. The hatless one. Is this the first time we've got a hatless Sholmes deduction? Someone correct me on that one. Man's identity, topic 1. I think that's the identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language.
As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked or deceased. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of his bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea.
She's hiding something in her mouth. What is it?
You obviously offered our German guests a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits sour.
This is such a fucking image to look at.
I resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. Eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may enjoy the fellow in his state of elation.
Look at her eyes! Look at her bleeding eyes! Iris! Iris, what is going on?
Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. Required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottrich Sigismund or von Ormstein, the King of Germany.
That's not correct. That's strange.
My memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that the mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, and in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, when you agree, my dear fellow. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
Conclusion.
The King of Germany. Topic 2. Girls, silence.
Which leaves us one remaining imponderable. Ponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Which apparently explicitly what? Inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Just gotta take it slow. That's the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. £5 note, I believe, I must say, as your compatriot I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by his royal highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle.
Look at her, she's so cute. Look at them, they're so cute. I feel like we don't get to really see these two like in action as much. Like it's just a lot of like talking and dialogue, you know. And seeing them in like this is cute. I don't know, this frame is really cute.
Oh, what is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Oh yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. Yeah? You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that his high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me!
I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
Conclusion: to hide the coffee cup.
Thus concludes 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's great deduction of this painful puzzle. This really does feel like a bad dream. What the fuck is going on? With your songs as well, the fellow's jovial wobbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, mistress, I thought you'd tell.
Did I do my gauges? I did. I'm so used to missing them recently. I'm sorry. I just got spooked. It was just a thing in the corner of my head that was just like, oh my god. Did you log in? I did not. I did. Sorry, I did. We're fine.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruto? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. The one you were just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. The way he just snapped. Goodness! Was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, justified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves! It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruto, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Though it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. One truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a giant presentation of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's logic and reasoning spectacular?
Yippee!
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. I'll skip through the first bit of dialogue. It might update after we finish the first correction. Why is the man here at all? So Iris is clearly known to you. Here's Mars. Is for the man's mildly irritated well is revealed by the herbal tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
I'd like to hear you singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's exactly responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Oh, this is very weird to okay, I assume it's the play in the back, but... Oh, the cup's empty, that's for sure. So I suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drunk the contents.
Iris's special blends are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. So I can understand wanting to vocalize those feelings, certainly. In fact, Mr. Naruto, you often erupt in boisterous laughing after drinking Iris's tea.
I do?
I should take some lighter laughter lessons from Susato-san in the near future. Mask. We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So does that mean... Oh, surely not. It couldn't be. Could it?
No, it's most definitely not him.
Oh no. Of course it's not. My goodness. But then why is this gentleman now wearing it?
I'm afraid once again I really have no idea.
Wait, this...
It is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. Sound suddenly appears to be coming from the horn.
A machine singing?
That can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruto. What's changing? What's right is changing too.
Ugh, it's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruto. Yes? Why would I purchase the recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Oh, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? This should be the same. Problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottrich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. And memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Though we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Sholmes intends to persist with this Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts, the boy whom you had in tears.
Don't remind me, or anyone else.
You suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
Sure they do. Well, probably anyway. Point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Kazuma-sogi.
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Osogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. I mean, you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it's now a simple matter to determine our guess's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it.
Father?
I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. The mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Conclusion updated. Yujin Mikotoba.
coming to? What remaining imponderable? Yes, you young iris. Inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed. So that's a £5 note poking out of Iris's knapsack, is it?
Dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know. Not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would have never paid money for Iris's silence.
Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
What? Oh, the metal chest? I was trying to find all the things that we can examine.
But this metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. Look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore.
Very. Never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
I'm surprised at the... Okay. What's the third thing? What, the body? The teacup? That chest. Usually it's 3 things. No, let's examine her knapsack though. I think about it. Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she?
Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about because you can't see it from the front. There are two little felt dolls attached to it as well.
Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a £5 note poking out from her bag that I just haven't noticed before too?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely.
The 2 little dolls is her and Sholmes. It's really cute. But oh, this? Persian slipper. Okay, we found the third thing. The slipper features in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, doesn't it?
It does. When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very near fainted with excitement.
Doesn't Iris keep a Elvin's is in there?
Yes, that part was never mentioned in the stories.
We could swap it for the Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, for a wooden gator sandal.
Then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside.
Which matters, because... Alright. We got him, boys. Yes, the reason for your mutinous is concealed inside that metal chest. Excellent observation. For upon close inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. It's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Oh. He's actually gonna corner her too? Here we go.
No!
my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, I'm crying. Oh my god. This scene is beautiful. Holy shit. He's dead in the stream here. That's it for Herlock Sholmes. Logic. Oh, fuck, how does he word it? Logic and reasoning. Spectacular. I forgot. How does the wording go? It's too far. He's dead.
Never! Oh, Harley, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance or deduction you perform with Mrs. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before.
Mrs. Athar, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh? Well, if you say so, I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Oh my god, my poor fucking heart, bro. Oh, there's the key. Oh, we get a backside of Iris. We don't usually get to see this. Yeah, you can see her little thing here more clearly. Isn't that adorable? So cute. So cute. But oh my god, we get to look at the other side of the room, guys. This is the first time we get to see it. Is the door with the hole here? Not here. Huh? Huh? Is it fixed now, or is it just not noticeable? But you should be able to see the hinge. Unless the hinge is on the other side, but you'd still be able to see the outline. Wagahai? That's the cat's name? Oh, Wagahai. The fucking the boy. It's so funny. look at I think it's even funny when you think about how Sholmes does like a lot of like boxing like moves. So the fact that he got absolutely one-shotted by the chest. My god, that's so funny to look at. Okay, now focus. So 3 things I need to... So key, her knapsack, and what else? It's usually gotta be one more. It said the game said to look on her skirt. Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she?
Always thought this skirt is rather delightful.
It's pretty sizable with all those frills. Sizable enough for a sizable secret.
You seem to be rather fond of that idea. You certainly can't go investigating further.
Does it look like that's what I was thinking? I'm having difficulties with the camera because I use inverted horizontal control, so I'll be honest, I'm kind of psyched out. There should still be the same dialogue, no? For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out as suspicious to me today.
Oh, is it?
Quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I say.
Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission.
No, you're right.
Look at the dolls!
I know some might pop out and punch. One might pop out and punch us. That's a key she's holding, look. Sure, that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic.
That's strange, a big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Oh, my leg. That's the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you caught out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt. The key to the chest.
You're so clever, Bruno.
So now, so now it becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration. We can well imagine what happened here.
But...
Professor Micklesbow also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And landed sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Oh, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Considering how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place, and Professor Micklesbow opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land nearly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf?
It's actually just a tablecloth.
Why would you open a metal chest without removing the stuff on top?
Susato, I'm sorry, but your dad's an idiot! This is the Great Detective's Office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions.
Cute! Cute! Oh, that's really cute.
they Susato picked up quick to work together. That's so cute. Oh, sorry, I didn't say it. Would you expect anything less?
Yes, you're right. It's happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Reno.
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for all of us? For us all.
Objection!
Is that the first time he said that? An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show, though, you rather messed everything of importance. Iris moved on a bit too quick, didn't she? Mr. Sholmes! You cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? The look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever the great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. To put it to you again, I don't fucking click quickly.
Jump scared with that coffee cup.
To put it to you again, you attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
Really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
Must have been smashed when Professor Micklesbow opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
But our observational skills to work here one final time then. It's on her body, isn't it? Ash knows. Unless it's below. Oh, it is. Okay. We get to examine the knapsack again for the nth time. How did Sholmes recover so quickly? Was this not his first rodeo? Maybe he's forgotten. He's fucking... He forgotten that he got hit by the chest before. So he went to open it again. But he has good recovery rate, right, from fucking getting hit so many times. But maybe poor Professor Micklesbow doesn't have as much experience with it. That or he's old. What is the age difference between Sholmes and Mikhtaba? Surely this time at last the knapsack is going to be the answer.
I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events.
Because it's a sizable bag, big enough for—
Big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruto. That's what bags are for.
So, the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean?
I really wouldn't like to say.
Coffee cup.
Mr. Shum's favorite—
sorry, Mr. Shum's favorite cup.
or what's left of it. Just the handle.
It's obviously hurled into the air along with Professor Mikhtaba. If only it had been this cup that had caught on his finger before it hit the floor.
Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide, it's clearly not this handle.
Dun dun. Case file. Ah, look! There seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray?
The insignia, Mr. Naruto. It's an official Scotland Yard document.
What?
But why would Iris
We must ask.
we must ask her.
An official Scotland Yard document. I wonder whatever that could be.
Take that!
You're attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zygs had gone missing. Uh-oh. Clint Van Zygs? Yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are—
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
Oh, she's crying!
Oh, don't take a picture!
Conclusion: to hide the case file. Deduction complete. Elementary.
She's crying?
In truth, I'd like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective, Alex Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Harley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is—
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. I saw this report, and I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. It's the Sholmes. What is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah, but father!
Perhaps we should find a guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Is the narrow door? Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Ah, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage all alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. surprised you were able to carry him. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk.
Father!
I wonder. Perhaps I was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely.
Must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on.
"43. Ah, okay, the numbers are just that, yeah. So maybe, you know, he's still his in his 30s. He's still got his body working. I was trying to word that any better. I couldn't. But surely. Well, that's how he was able to wake back up again. It's either that or he's got the fucking plot armor. I bet, you know, with him doing all those boxing moves, maybe he has been in like a boxing session and so he knows how to like recover from a punch. I don't know why I'm being so in detail about that, but you know. Surprised that wasn't updated. You can also see the broken glass on the floor. But yes, everything seems to be the same. It's just talking to Iris. Hello, Kay! How are you today? It's nice to see you again. Okay, we're in an emotional bit. I'll do my best. Actually, I'll drink water first. Oh, I fear that maybe I put too much hot water in this one. Unfortunately, I did. Okay, hold on. I'll drink my other water bowl. I don't know why I'm so bad at measuring. Okay. Iris, talk to us. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
It's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
But just like any other girl of your age.
I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Ah.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Autopsy report.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
This was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it?
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learnt Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with 𝐼𝐴. I decided there and then that I'd write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oopsie, sorry. Good, thanks. Good, 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 good. I do hope. The stream for now is going to be a relatively smooth experience for you to watch, because I fear for your ears that I might scream in like a little bit. Just based off what how the story is going, I have a very bad sense in my gut right now, and I could not describe it to you. So everyone here, volume warning. Immersion.
Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
You can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Really?
Made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gori and apologize. I promise.
Yes, well, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Clint's autopsy report. Wait, we get to read it? Oh yeah, because she did say it was okay for us to read, huh? Autopsy report of the final victim of the infamous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. I'm sorry, but I would like to take a quick gander at it in case it disappears. I fear not that it would, but what are the chances, you see? Autopsy report. Coroner John H. Wilson. Victim. Name Clint Van Zyks. Male. Age 33. Nationality British. Time of death 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. That means he would have been 43. He would have been the same age as 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 if he was still alive today. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Between 9 p.m. and midnight, okay. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Okay. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Recent scarlet ink stains on the little and ring finger of the right hand. Okay. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. I feel like one of those words shouldn't need to be there. But vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach. Victim's stomach during autopsy. His stomach. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. Eh? Eh? How are the autopsies usually now? It's only 2 pages, yeah. Additional autopsy findings wouldn't... Okay. Okay.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
She needs time. Oh, the poor thing. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mrs. 𝐢𝐴? You've turned as white as sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
No, not this one, sorry.
What?
Ah! You're not saying it's... Okay, no. Do we have it? And we can't see it in here if I remember correctly. It's not here. It's not clear enough. Do we have it? Am I thinking incorrectly of the thing? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing... It's my father's!
What? Professor 𝐢𝐴's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything! What on earth does this all mean, Mr. Sholmes? This idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. You mean, you being on top of his body wasn't the first time? Wording, phrasing. Please, you have to explain. Autopsy report writing. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor 𝐢𝐴 then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago was when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. 𝐢𝐴 engaged? Oh, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with their dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Okay. I was mistaken. It's autopsy report updated. It's signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor 𝐢𝐴 actually penned the report. Your partner. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
My brain. My brain. Please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of his installments. It was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet, you see. He lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same man, and if the autopsy report was written, but not signed by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
On my word, Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
You're coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
This music! Professor Mikotoba! Sholmes and Mikotoba. Does this mean... So that is the hounds at the Baskerville. That you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear, I'm still my old self. You're Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver, as the greatest mystery of all. Still remember the first time we met? Pray, remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Oh yes, quite 16 years ago. Just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a colored fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
Oh, a Sholmes lore?
Situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see? Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year Mikotoba's stay in Britain, a most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances.
So there you have it. As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remains in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father?
Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. Nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
That is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. Almost forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris's father. Everything is coming to light now. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, focus. Just try to process. Processing can come later. Let's just try and get through this, and then we can process it. Because so many things I'm missing at the moment, I shouldn't even try to process it now.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you!
Ah! But my word, Mr. Sato. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What?
That's so funny. Oh my god. I need to drink water again because this is coming too much. Oh, they're in love? What, Mikadama and Sholmes? Mikadama! You left poor Susato alone in fucking Japan and then you went to have an affair in fucking Great Britain. What the hell, man?
You've always told me, father, that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris?
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare. Oh, now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
And perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you got the wrong end of the stick, Sholmes. Say something, man. Why is he dressed up? Is he gonna run away? That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up? Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikadama and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikadama. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fella, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Ugh, you haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. Oh, you went to open it out of nostalgia! I was waiting for the reason. As if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this.
Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then, we'll speak again later. Don't fucking die! So believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Your decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Resolve! Wait, if he speak- actually, what? Wait. That's you end on an investigation? Actually real? I know I looked at the walkthrough, but like real? Ah! Final! The result of 𝐢𝐺𝐼 𝐼𝐻 What the fuck is that card? Final chap. That's so scary. Okay, I'm assuming it's a trial immediately. I'm happy to just dip my toes into it now. I'll be honest, I want to go overtime for this one, but I'm gonna end up very late is the thing if I even try to do one part of the trial. I may have to stop. Yeah, but I want to just to go into this a little bit. Just because tomorrow may be very short, so I might as well do a little bit now. Also, I don't feel very happy with that the conclusion of that chapter. What the fuck? Oh my god. The resolve of 𝐢𝐺𝐼 𝐼𝐻. The final chapter. Assuming that the bit in the antechamber is just enough, I'll just do that. What is this? Oh, this BGM. Oh, what the heck? This is fucking final boss energy. Oh, that's so threatening. Oh wait, okay. When I was really confused with starting case number 4, this really felt like it was a last case kind of ordeal, but it was more so that this was a 2-part. This is the first time that they've ever done this before. I know like some cases led into each other, so like I know in 𝐻𝐻 Investigations it kind of did that, which is what made it fun, but like this was split into 2. Did that ever happen in the Phoenix Wright trilogy? Where a case was 2 like chapters, like 2 episodes. Oh wait, that okay. Okay. I'm really scared now. I'm scared for this last case. This could be a long one. This could be painfully long. Oh my god. Okay. I really hope the trial, first part of this trial is like short and concise enough for tomorrow. Like even if I do end up ending earlier than usual, I'll probably take it. Just because I don't want to go to overtime for tomorrow. Let's just do a little bit now, just to alleviate it if it ends up being too long. 3rd of November, 9:14 AM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. We're counting on your support more than ever today, Mr. Sato. He's very absent-minded at the moment, though. Mr. Sato? No. What's the matter, Mr. Naruto? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Dear, I'm really very sorry. It did in DD? Really? Which case was it in Duel's Destiny? Was it the last case as well? Maybe that was such a blur for me. Oof. Because when I think of DD, I just think about the Phoenix and the 𝐻𝐻 last bit. Okay. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the part of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Good morning, sir!
Lord Van Zyks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. He's mellowed out.
Lord Van Zyks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Narada.
Good point. The Reaper? Suppose in hindsight, I should have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zyks.
It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, and one of perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. He was lonely. Oh. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you. Or Clint Van Zyks.
Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of doubt in court today. Ah, it's gonna be a long day, that's for sure. Never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. The burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I couldn't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here?
Oh.
I brought you one of my special blends. Harry loves it. He says it helps him to clear his mind.
Thank you.
Oh.
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
Oh.
Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Scythe's laboratory.
Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying.
I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Oh, yes? Would you take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack?
Yes, it's a lucky charm, a little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just put this little Hurley's ears as high as you can. Just pull this little Hurley's ears as high as you can, possibly.
Why can't I read?
As you can, yeah, as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Iris's lucky charm. Little doll of Mr. Sholmes in hair form. And I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today.
You think what we'll need is luck?
I just need to peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Iris, how did you get how are you allowed in a closed trial? This is a closed trial, is it not? You know, whatever.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops.
What does that mean? Strong heart? Either strong heart or something to do with Kazuma?
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris?
I don't know. I was out all night and hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see.
Was Professor Mikaba out all night too, do you think, Mr. Zappa?
Yes, it would seem so. Telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They?
Father and Judge Shigoku, I mean.
Judge Shigoku too?
That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the defense of the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Good luck then, Bruno. Good luck, Susie.
Yes, thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
I'm so glad.
Let's go inside now, Lord Van Dykes.
No. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Lord Van Dykes has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now, I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning.
This is gonna be a long ass trial, bro. I am so fucked. This is where I stop. So just going through that little bit of in the antechamber, since it is a small part. But yes. Oh god, I hate everything about this. There's no fucking judge. I just wanted to play music, but it seems that this may be spoilers more than anything. I guess we're just gonna go straight back to the title. There's no fucking judge for some reason. What the fuck? Yeah, I'll stop it there. Okay. 5.4 and 5.5, really? What was 5.4 case again? Wait, I'll just search it up so that turn about for tomorrow. Because I remember, yeah, like, Athena's whole ending bit was pretty long, but I will not deny, I don't. Cosmic Turnabout. Oh, I mean, does that count? Does that count? I mean, I get what you mean, though. It was like immediate follow-up, technically. But, like, we were able to get the guy not guilty by the end of it, no? It wasn't by the end of the fifth case. But you are correct about that one. Technically, by the story, it was happening immediately after. It was like a continuation, immediate continuation. Man, whenever I look at Case 5's like image thing, where you can see the black lock, makes me so sad. I was so fucking emotional during that. Oh my gosh. Like, there's a part of me that just wants to go through it again just to cry. It was just so sad watching Athena's breakdown. Man, okay. Gotcha. If it follows anything like the 5th case of Duel's Destiny, that means this shit is gonna go down hard. I'm actually so scared. Because if it goes dark like that, it's gonna be intense. Because like in Spirits of Justice, it was more like, I don't know how to describe it in Spirits of Justice, huh? Spirits of Justice was just like back to back to back, like kicking you in the shins of like how intense the plot line was. But like this is a lot more linear, like how case 4 and 5 went in Duel's Destiny versus here. I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see how it goes, how it turns out in here. Thanks for proving me right. You're welcome. Just had to do a quick search. I just looked at the walkthrough, that's why. I remember pictures better. But technically, yeah, you are correct about that one. Very similar. Not exactly the same, but technically the same. Okay. Right. That investigation was something, I will say. It did go on quite long. it's nearly 5 hours now. That was me just going through it too. Like I have barely any moments where I was actually rambling off like I did in the last investigations and whatnot. I actually have to be focused. So this was like a full-blown investigation. Actual investigating. Oh my god. Because you know, that's what investigation is now. But man, I feel like it wasn't as intense as what happened with Drebber though. I feel like Drebber had a lot more risk and, you know, things happening. A lot more intense scenes versus here, where I was just baffled beyond more than anything. I was just confused. But okay, that was the investigation today. Tomorrow will be the trial. I mentioned at the start of the stream that I try to do trial sections in one full bit, but as my schedule is starting to become a little bit constrained, as you could say, there comes a part in the trial tomorrow where the parts, I'm not too sure how long it'll take, but if it ends up being pretty short, I'll probably have to call off the stream pretty early anyways. I don't want to go overtime. I can if I really am that desperate. I'll give myself that leeway, but on average I might try to pace myself accordingly. This is only for Tuesday streams, so if the trial continues onto the Monday, I'll try and binge it as much as possible. I'd want to binge it now, but I don't want to push myself. I just need to see how this week goes, and then I'll know how to feel for next week. But hopefully it turns out okay. Even though I did take a sneak peek into the walkthrough at the start of the stream, I am starting to forget what I saw. So we'll see how the trial goes. But I am confident I should be able to finish the game before the end of the year. Hopefully. But yes, that is all. Yeah, tomorrow's the trial, so for those that want to see the continuation of today's investigation and what will happen in the trial, and what is happening with the story, because it is just getting more intense, please tune in tomorrow. Witness the scene with me together, because I don't know if I can cope handling it by myself. Or at least get someone else to also be suffering with me if it's if it's your first time as well. Anyways, that is tomorrow. I'm not too sure if I'll have a Saturday stream. If I do, you guys will see the waiting room. I usually don't say much about it anyways. But I always have a Saturday stream, but I'm not too confident how it will turn out this week. So just reminder now. I'll say it again tomorrow, but reminder now. I'm not too sure about what will happen with Saturday's stream this week. I know that I'm probably gonna record myself pulling for a lighter, but I feel like it's gonna be boring as fuck. I feel like it's gonna be the same as boot heels. I was able to get a good pull session, but my Z pulls are super. We'll see. If not, I might do like, it's either only gonna be drawing or if I do Lighter's story. Probably Lighter's story. That's assuming I'll have the energy to do a stream on Saturday, so just throwing that tidbit out there for those curious about my schedule. And that is all for today's stream. Thank you everyone. Thank you to everyone that has stopped by the stream today. I appreciate it so very much. For those that have also watched through the stream, I hope I wasn't too loud. I'm pretty sure I didn't scream as much today, but I really have no idea of like the volume control of my voice, so I never remember. I can only tell by like the strain of my throat if I've been screaming a lot. If anything, it just feels dry today. I haven't been hydrating as much. But yes, to everyone that's also commented into chat today, thank you as well. It was nice just to see everyone and greet everyone. But that concludes today's stream. Everyone, remember to go hydrate. Don't have a dry ass mouth like I do. Make sure to hydrate and go eat if you haven't already. Make sure to take care of yourself. Put yourself forward. Put yourself forward. Put yourself first. Put yourself forward into the courtroom. Get absolutely blasted by the two Japanese prosecutor and lawyer. That is currently Van Zyke's situation. Okay. But for everyone else around the world, those in my time zone, please go rest up. I thank you for staying up to watch my stream tonight. Go get your well-deserved rest. But for everyone else around the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day and take care. Alright? Me signing out. Good night, bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. I didn't get to examine Iris's doll. I just realized, oh, we get to see that tomorrow. Bye.